Commencing. Can I just ask those of you who have your mobile phones switched on to please either switch them off or put them on silence? And those of you who can, in a very short moment, I'll be asking to stand up as the proceedings walk on. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the procession, those of you who can.
Honoured guests, members of our College Board, ladies and gentlemen, graduates, families and friends. As Vice Principal of Student Experience at City of Glasgow College, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to our 2025 winter graduation. I'm delighted to see such a wonderful turnout here at the iconic concert hall and extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us virtually. Today, we celebrate your hard work, determination and success. You've overcome challenges, honed new skills and hopefully had a lot of fun along the way. Your commitment to your learning make your achievements truly exceptional. You're a talented group who will shape the future with the creative thinking and problem-solving skills you've developed at City of Glasgow. You are prepared for a life of continuous learning and success in the professional world. Congratulations to each of you. Let's take a moment to celebrate one another. Please turn to the person on your right and then the person on your left and say well done and congratulations. To officially open today's ceremony, it is my honour to introduce our founding Principal and Chief Executive, Professor Paul Little, CBE. As we recently marked our 15th anniversary, we celebrated his outstanding leadership, which has elevated City of Glasgow College to one of the top performing institutions in both further and higher education across Scotland and the UK. Under Professor Little's stewardship, the college has reached new heights, including being awarded the prestigious Queen's Anniversary Prize for its pioneering work in education. His dedication to excellence, innovation and student success continues to define and inspire everything we do as an institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Principal and CEO, Professor Paul Little, CBE.
Good morning, everyone. Guest of Honour, Lord Provost, Regional Chair, members of our College Board, honoured Fellows, distinguished guests, distinguished alumni, family and friends, colleagues, and certainly last but not least, graduating class of 2025. I warmly welcome each and every one of you here this morning to the first of our winter graduation in this magnificent Royal Concert Hall, one of the very few large venues to accommodate 3 supersized college graduation ceremonies today. I also extend a very warm Glasgow welcome to all those watching live online. I am particularly delighted to give a very warm city welcome to our distinguished guest of honour, Glasgow's first citizen, the Lord Provost, Councillor Dr. Jacqueline McLarnon, and I'll formally introduce her at the end of my address. Lord Provost, I'm looking forward very much to your inspirational message to our graduates today. Class of 2025, as Principal, I have been privileged to officiate at many graduations over the years, but it genuinely remains an honour to share with you in today's well-earned jubilation with family and friends and your lecture. It is without question one of the highlights of the academic year. You know, it's a mere 30 days, shopping days to Christmas, but it's also a special anniversary and most mercantile city, marking, as it does, its 850th civic anniversary. Now, as we help celebrate that anniversary, we also celebrate an anniversary for our own college. This is also a special year for City of Glasgow College. 2025 marks the 15th anniversary of the college's most recent evolution after a bold merger bonding together 4 higher education institutions here in the city to create Scotland's largest college, to create a college built for 40,000 students. It's super college with some 2,000 programmes, from access programmes to higher diploma programmes, right through to undergraduate and charter programmes. And to celebrate its civic anchor role, important here today, for Glasgow, should be rightly proud of its world-renowned tertiary institution, which each year has some 4,000 international enrolments and 140 different nationalities study at the City of Glasgow College nowadays. It is truly a global leader in technological and professional education and higher skills. Recently, we marked part of this anniversary with a gala dinner with Scotland's First Minister, John Swinney, who was our guest of honour. He described City of Glasgow College as a polytechnic of its time. Such is the unique positioning that we have within Scotland's tertiary sector. Some 50% of all school leavers choose to study higher education. You'll know that because 30% go on to university. A very wise 20% study higher education in college. And a wiser 19% of that 20% study their higher education at the City of Glasgow College. The focal point of our anniversary a few weeks ago was a celebration of our distinguished alumni. And shortly, class of 2025, you will join their distinguished ranks. We picked 15 stories over the past 15 years, and it highlighted just a small fraction of the success of those who sat in your very seat over the last 15 years. That is very recent history for you. And it was their turn to graduate, as it is your turn today. So look, all your predecessors are looking at you and hoping that you continue to succeed as they have succeeded. Because each day we seek as a college to improve your life chances and your livelihoods. Each day we seek to let learning flourish. And today of all days, we are extra proud of you. Of course, generations of our distinguished alumni know that our institutional roots stretch way back beyond 15 years. In fact, the City of Glasgow College builds on a tradition and a distinguished heritage shaped over the last 170 years of our predecessor institutions. And a particular note for this morning's graduation ceremony, the world-renowned Scottish architect Charles Reaney Mackintosh is an alumnus of this college. So I hope, class of 2025, you can now begin to see that being a city graduate is indeed extra special, particularly as you enter the competitive world of work, a point I'll come to later on in my speech. Graduating class of 2025, amidst all this pomp and splendor and circumstance, it's important to take a moment and pause, to internalize the momentous nature of today. You know, many amazing celebrities have walked across the stage, performed on this stage, and today you have 15 seconds of fame. And hopefully those new shoes won't let you down as you come across and get your certificate. You know, moreover, this morning is a fitting time to pause, perhaps as you're lining up to get your certificate, to think about your achievement today. First of all, you've ultimately made the grade to pass your course, despite all the trials and tribulations of your particular learning journey. But it is important to remember this. At the City of Glasgow College, we don't give these diplomas, certificates, or degrees away. You earn them, and you've earned them today. Class of 2025, it's also an important moment to recognize that we never achieve success alone. It is truly a collective effort. And I'm very proud of the many lecturers, several of whom are here this morning, who have encouraged you, taught you, and nurtured you on your journey at the City of Glasgow College. And we also recognise those dear ones who've continued that support at home. Today, we also salute the mums, the dads, the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, the friends and the partners who've stood at your shoulder when you needed it. I'm also delighted to see this morning we have a number of leading representatives from the 2,000 industry partners that we work with at the City of Glasgow College. I'll embarrass and briefly David Marshall, Head of Entertainment at Turn TV, Ronan Osborne, Producer of Entertainment at Turn TV, Amy McGowan, Head of Sales and Channel Development at the Scottish Opera, Scu Moncur Kemp, Head of Education Development at Scottish Opera, and Vivienne French, Co-founder and Joint Chair of Picture Hooks. I also want to acknowledge the many and much valued international partners that we have across the globe. We operate across 40 countries in the world, 6 continents. Some of those partners are watching this ceremony live on the web. So this is an ideal opportunity to thank them, to thank those in the audience for the partnership and the close collaboration to help make your particular learning journey a success. I also uniquely want to mention at this ceremony 2 Team City colleagues who have family members graduating today. Dee Sahunta, her receptionist, her son Rishi, is graduating with an HND in computing, software development, and Heather Grant, who works in the front of house, her sister Hazel Grant, is graduating with an HND in illustration. Congratulations to both families. We're a very close team at Team City. So class of 2025, I need you to help me right now. I need you to be upstanding and try and face your family and friends. And remember that they have helped you today. And can you stand up, and we'll give them a huge round of applause. Please stand up. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Class of 2025, there is further good news for you today. Employers are tiring of employing academic graduates. Instead, they are desperate for our vocational graduates with their higher levels of relevant technological and professional skills and their ready, can-do attitude. City of Glasgow College is therefore very proud of its supersized contribution that it makes each and every day to social mobility, to social inclusion, to social justice. We teach some of the most disadvantaged and vulnerable in our society. We have multiple pathways to success. We at the City of Glasgow do much of the heavy lifting to widening access to higher education and to ultimately levelling the playing field of opportunity for the many, not the enabled few. We're also one of Glasgow's largest employers, and each year we provide a talent pipeline of 8,000 technical and professional graduates who leave us to flourish in some 2,600 companies across 230 industry sectors. Now, as a pioneering next-generation polytechnic, City of Glasgow College, your alma mater now, plays an important system leadership role throughout Scotland, throughout the United Kingdom, and way beyond. Our global reach and our global impact and our industry impact is truly impressive. Each day, we work hard to let learning flourish. Each day, we achieve that through focusing on being inspirational, excellent, and innovative. Equally impressive are the standards that you have achieved today. Those excellent standards go way beyond competence. They go way beyond simply passing your course. A few months ago, those global excellence standards were rigorously assessed over 6 months. A global team of excellence assessors concluded that the breadth and depth of our institution, your college, Glasgow's renowned City of Glasgow College, merited the elite 7-diamond world ranking. Indeed, the number of globally recognised institutions awarded this high prize is indeed in single figures. And we are the very first institution in Scotland to ever receive this prestigious accolade. We are therefore the envy of those much vaunted ancient universities and indeed the blue chip primes that we work with each and every day. Finishing an overall 3rd in the world across all organisations, City of Glasgow College achieved the highest score in 40 years for any tertiary or indeed educational institution. So impressed with the judges that they also award us an Outstanding Achievement Global Award for driving innovation. As you heard from the Vice Principal, we are never complacent. We never rest on our laurels. And we were delighted to receive from Her Majesty the Queen's Anniversary Award for applied research. Normally given to universities, it was won by the City of Glasgow College. We achieved this in our applied research into oxygen depletion in enclosed spaces aboard ships. This research has a global impact and has already saved hundreds of seafarers across the oceans. Now, class of 2025, you might be sitting there and thinking, so what? What have those awards got to do with my diploma, my degree, my certificate here this morning? Well, look, I hope as you come forward, you do so with an extra spring in your step, because you're not just graduating from any college, any institution. You're graduating from Scotland's Polytechnic, an institution where 96% of the students report being satisfied with your course, and 97% progress on to positive destinations. So the magic moment is when I hand you that scroll, because at that very moment I am conferring you with an internationally global qualification. And as you do so and leave the stage, as you come across your graduand, as you walk past proudly with your certificate, your graduate, that's that magic moment in the spotlight. But let me be really clear. Graduating from the City of Glasgow College means something extra special. All those distinguished alumni, several of those are top Olympic and Commonwealth athletes who will be competing in next year's Commonwealth Games. They've all come through the City of Glasgow College. Many of the top designers, illustrators, filmmakers, producers, indeed creative individuals have come through the City of Glasgow College. We've helped nurture them for this big day, and we've done so with a sense of preparedness. So let me go a little bit further than mere issuing of qualifications. The college has been quietly embedding in its teaching for several years now a series of unique City of Glasgow College attributes. This initiative emerged from listening intently to what employers were wanting way beyond technical proficiency. In our new era of technological revolution and artificial intelligence, employers are now seeking talented individuals, not simply with a qualification. They want individuals who are curious, who are open to possibility, who are digitally aware, who have a global outlook, who can communicate effectively, and who can remain adaptive throughout their lifetime, constantly upskilling and reskilling. At the City of Glasgow College, these attributes have become part of the rhythm of our curriculum. They are the extra cherry on top. And indeed, the creative industry faculty played a central role in shaping these attributes. We did so in partnerships with our many employers such as Turn TV or indeed the Scottish Opera, who offered placements, workshops and mentoring. Our students this morning also witnessed the filming of such iconic films at the City of Glasgow College as Lockerbie or Vigil. Both were filmed at the City of Glasgow College. Indeed, in responding to the live production briefs and behind-the-scenes support our students, they also got valuable teamwork skills, valuable adaptable skills, and they learned a degree of professional discipline that their employers will expect. That is a huge learning over 1, 2, 3, or indeed 4 years for the students graduating this morning. So, class of 2025, before I conclude, let me give you some advice. You're going to hear a lot from the Lord Provost. Here's an educationalist giving you his final parting words. Your loved ones and your lecturers are rightly proud of your success. I am rightly proud of your success. You've excelled in some of the most challenging times, particularly since the pandemic. We shouldn't take that for granted. You leave us today work ready. You can start, if you haven't already started work, immediately. But you also lead us life ready, with all the necessary skills and attributes to pursue your dreams. So as you pursue those dreams, never give up when the headwinds are against you. When others say something is impossible, don't listen to them. Go beyond that. Successful people are usually those individuals who pick themselves up, dust themselves down multiple times, and simply try again. But as you do that, stay humble. You didn't achieve this on your own. A whole bunch of people helped you achieve what you achieved today. If you need help, ask early for that help. And please practice kindness to others. You know, I usually end with some wise words of somebody famous. And I each year think, how should I end the graduation speech? And Chair, I usually try, because I studied in America, to think of somebody wise, some president in the States. But I had to reach back to the 35th president to find that, John F. Kennedy. And why did they pick John F. Kennedy and not the existing tenant? Well, John F. Kennedy was a young man in a hurry to change the world. He also said many famous things. So here's a famous sentence that actually I keep on my desk. I suggest you might want to do something like that. He said way back then, one person can make a difference, and everyone should try. So, hearty congratulations, good luck. Now it's your turn to go out into the world and try. Now it's your turn to make a difference. Let Glasgow be proud of you. Thank you very much. And I want to formally introduce our guest of honour, the Lord Provost, Dr. Councillor Jacqueline McLaren. It is a distinct pleasure to formally introduce our very special guest of honour. The Right Honourable the Lord Provost Jacqueline McLaren is Glasgow's first citizen. She is the civic head of our great city. She was elected to represent the Canal Ward in 2017 as a member of the Scottish National Party. And in 2022, she was appointed Lord Provost of Glasgow, a role which also makes her the King's representative in Glasgow as its Lord Lieutenant. Born and raised in Maryhill, Jacqueline grew up in the Valley area near the Forth and Clyde Canal. Before entering public service, she worked in her partner's legal practice in Partick, and she particularly held roles in retail. She also worked in Boots, the chemist, and in Virgin Records. Now, all that early experience, that foundational knowledge, gave her a strong grounding in community values and the importance of public service. Her political career has been shaped by a commitment to empowering local communities, to improving opportunities for the young, and indeed to support women in politics. Jacqueline has campaigned on such issues as school transport, youth services, and continues to champion equality and inclusion across our dear green place. The Lord Provost is a passionate advocate of Glasgow. She is also a passionate advocate of all Glasgow colleges. But I've got a sneaking suspicion we're her favourites. Well, at least this morning we are. You know, in recognition of her significant contribution to Glasgow and beyond, the Lord Provost was awarded an honorary degree from the University of Strathclyde for her civic life and community empowerment. And later in this graduation, another mighty organisation, City of Glasgow College, will present the first ever Principal's Commendation for civic leadership. Such has been the outstanding contribution the Lord Provost has made to our city. She represents Glasgow at home and abroad with distinction. She welcomes multiple international visitors every week. She provides over multiple civic ceremonies every week, sometimes every day. And she promotes this city and its reputation and its institutions with great pride, with great innovation, with great resilience, and always promotes opportunity. She remains deeply rooted in her Maryhill upbringing, often describing herself as an ordinary woman from Glasgow who is proud to serve the people of Glasgow. Now, as a mere blow-in some 18 years into this city, the Lord Provost epitomises for me the unique character of Glasgow. She epitomises its grit and its wit. So can you join me in giving a very warm City of Glasgow welcome to our first citizen, the Lord Provost. The Lord Provost.
Thank you, Principal, for your kind words and recognition. I am truly honoured to accept this commendation. It is a privilege to serve Glasgow and its communities. Strengthening the partnership between the college and the city has always been a priority, and I am proud of the shared commitment to education, opportunity and civic pride. Together, we are ensuring that learning truly flourishes across Glasgow and beyond. It's a real privilege to be here with you today at this celebration of creativity, achievement and ambition. To all the graduates, congratulations. You've worked hard, persevered, and today is your moment. Enjoy it, savour it, and be proud. I often say I'm just an ordinary woman from Maryhill, Glasgow, who in my youth worked in Boots and Virgin Records, for those of you old enough to remember. It gave me a great grounding in recognising the value of honest toil and the importance of showing up, smiling and trying your best every single day. It's a work ethic that served me well. I value my humble beginnings almost as much as this great city, the city of Glasgow, where I'm proud to have been born and grown up. A city I'm happy to call home and honoured to serve as first citizen. I recognise that during my career I have been afforded extraordinary opportunities. But that was not just through luck. I've worked hard and was open to them. I never purposely sought chances or chased them. My journey into public life wasn't planned. I sort of wandered into politics. And it all started with a campaign to save free school buses for children in some of Glasgow's most deprived areas, an area I now represent as a local councillor, and I'm proud to do that. The injustice of asking young children starting school to walk up to nearly 3 miles was just a step too far for me, so I had to take action. That was my red line. So I set up a pressure group on social media, organised street stalls to gather support, and rallied the community. That campaign led to my first public speech, and eventually the buses were reinstated. I never imagined that that moment would lead me into politics, but it did. In 2017, I stood for an election as a councillor, and I haven't looked back. In 2022, as the Principal said earlier, I was appointed Glasgow's Lord Provost. It's been an honour and sometimes challenging. Public life isn't always easy. Since becoming Lord Provost, I've faced online abuse and threats, but I've used those terrible experiences to raise awareness of this unacceptable behaviour. I've worked on campaigns to combat violence against women and girls and supported a mentoring scheme for young women in politics as part of Glasgow's Eurocities programme. Spearheading the Carter Centre's initiative, Inform Women, Transform Lives, a global network we created Where We Stop campaign, and an app, Sophie Stop, to support those facing abuse. This app has been called a lifeline for the many young women who have downloaded it. If we want more women in politics and leadership roles. We must make sure they feel safe and supported. This is something that I feel very passionately about and will continue to progress once my tenure as Lord Provost comes to an end. Now, to all of you graduating today, whether in design, acting, fine art, digital media, construction, or marketing, your creativity is your superpower. You are entering into the country's most dynamic and innovative sectors that shape how we see the world, how we connect, and how we build the future. Yes, it faces challenges, changes from emerging technologies like AI, and a pressing need for greater diversity and inclusion in a world of increasing polarisation. My advice, which has stood me in good stead: don't give up, even when things are tough or uncertain. Keep going. Trust your instincts, listen to your inner voice, and your confidence will grow with experience. Don't dwell on mistakes. Learn, adapt, and move forward. Always remember, mistakes are not failures. Each one is a lesson in disguise, pointing us towards growth, resilience, and leading to a better version of ourselves as time goes on. Always find joy in your work, your relationships, and your life, because when you love what you do, it never feels like work. Learn from your peers, be motivated by your role models, and surround yourself with positive people. I often say to the young people I meet across Glasgow, if you can see it, you can be it. Little did I think that the Save the School Buses campaign would change my life so dramatically and lead beyond my personal, political and civic journey. By being here today, you've already achieved something extraordinary. Be bold, be kind to yourself and others. Be curious and never stop learning. Life is a wonderful journey. Congratulations again. I wish you every success, happiness, and a fabulous day celebrating with your family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Provost, for those inspiring and uplifting words. It's an absolute honour to have you here today, and I'm sure our creative industries students will feel energised and ready to embrace the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead in this exciting sector. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the presentation of the awards. At this time, I invite Principal Little to the front of the stage to present the graduate scrolls. I also welcome Alison Bell, Dean of Faculty of Creative Industries, to announce our 2025 graduates.
Principal, may I present to you the graduands of the Faculty of Creative Industries. HNC, 3D Design, Interior Design, Eve Llewellyn. HNC, 3D Design, Interior Design, Rhiann Davidson. Mustafa Din. Rhiannon Duncan. Jodie Fallon. Omnia Ganton. Ailey Hamilton. Sadia Hanif. Ailish McGinley. Ellie Mills. Hayley Murray. Olivia Peroni. Ashley Sandbach. Kelsey Lee Scott. Eleanor Teat. HND Furniture Restoration, Annie Gannon. Laura Gardner. Iona Gibson. Maria Makarov. Emily Noble. Sandra Pride. Christopher Raymond. Graham Robertson. Tilly Wilson Russell. Daniel White. HND Furniture Craftsmanship with Design, Ryan Gruber. Jacob Jasinski. Laura Ann McRoberts. Oscar Murdoch. Rose Mackenzie Nelson. David Robinson. Thomas Taylor. HND 3D Design Model Making for the Creative Industries, Zev Atwood. David Graham. Leona Mitchell. Andrew Pollock. HNC Acting and Performance, Rosa Cameron. HND Acting and Performance, Molly Kelly. Gail Leslie. Summer Higgins. HND 3D Design, Product Design, Karen Norrie. HND Jewellery Arts and Technology, Amy Green. Abby Howitson. Anna Malone. Emily Murray. Hannah Stewart. HND Applied Arts, Brooke Anderson. Katie Shant. Rachel Green. Gracie McLean. HNC Acting and Performance, Rosa Cameron. Anna McPherson. Emily McGowan. Ellie McAnally. Jonathan Mitchell. Ruby Partridge. Jacob Potter. Robin Spate. Cassie Stephen. Tamlin Thompson. BA Design Practice, Chloe Hegarty. BA Honours Design Practice, Alistair Brady. Just Buse. Rachel Drummond. Eden Sloway. Jenna Gardiner. Katie Harvey. Chloe McGaughey. Taylor McGee. Patricia Pass. Amy O'Farrell. Leona Shea. Cara Stirrett. Alexandra Tilva. HNC Fine Art, Patricia Koinska. Cassie Willis. BA Contemporary Art Practice, Louise Marshall. BA Honours Contemporary Art Practice, Mariam Asif. Nicole Connolly. Caitlin Coyne. Megan Ferguson. Lisa Sky Georgias. Robert Livingston. Ailey Lumsden. Emma Milligan. Jenny Mowat. Leona Sheck. HNC Photography, Devon R. Coates. Tara Hackowin. Fraser Wallace. HND Photography, Katrazania Barnas. Isabella Brown. Conan Copeland. Radhika Dade. Kirsty Ferris. Ellie Forster. Sharon Heaps. Claire Hislop. Louise Hollins. Marissa Hope. Aaron Keeley. Anna McCulloch. Jen McKenzie. Eva Moran. Kira Sharp. Tom Smith. Ellie Stewart. Thomas Tate. Louise Dakin. BA Honours Photography, Derek Blair. Trinity Coombs. Robin Curry. Christian Hepburn. Sarah Johnston. Isabel Law. Siobhan Mangan. Gerald McMillan. Chad Norval. Daleem Rai. Ewan Walker. HND Photography, Louise Dakin. BA Honours Contemporary Art Practice, Damien Papkak. Rachel Phillip. HNC Illustration, Brodie Taggart. HNC Visual Communication Illustration, Ryan Cushley. HND Illustration, Iona Bourne. Hazel Rona Grant. Kitty Hunter. Maren Kidd. Fatima Muhammad. Arlo Unman. HND Creative Animation, Elizabeth Bain. Ben Beveridge. Nicole Chung. Connacht Cullen. Jack Dowds. Ian Elder. Hayley Halden. Katarina Kotravi. Samantha Lowing. Sinead Marshall. Ronan McVeigh. Evelyn Mooney. Michelle Price. Advanced Diploma Digital Design and Graphics, Siddhat Sharma. HND, Design for Digital Media, Casey Blaine. Irina Kalazova. Ivan Korenchuk. Matab Salouch. HNC Graphic Design, Kendall Tribe. HND Graphic Design, Natasha Easton. Charlie Gillespie. Jennifer Gilvier. Charlie Hutton. Sarah Miller. HND 3D Computer Animation, Sky Cameron. Tamsin Cleo Carson. Sean Divers. Lee Hemmings. Julian Whiteford. HNC Creative Industries Professional Writing Skills, Eloise Alexander. Erin Blackburn. Amy Brock. Pamela Ann Brunton. Olivia Finlayson. Kyle Harding. West McGuire. Darcy Mitchell. Eva Mullen. Rosita Murray. James Riley. Abby Sinclair. Max Veryan. Kenny West. Luke Wilson. HNC Media and Communication, Nicole Gillespie. Will Meikle. HND Media and Communication, Sandy Ferry. Lucy Gilbert. Libby Hamilton. Donald Sandground. Kieran Sharkey. Scott Smith. Kyle Sunderland. HND Journalism and Media, Holly Boland. Jack Cranmer. Jess Crichton. Jessica Elliott. Dylan Hughes. Flora Irvin Hall. Lola Lee. Sasha Main. Ryan Mullen. Lucy Peggy Smith. Amanda Telfer. David Torrance. HNC, Creative Industries, Television, Next Generation, Lena Popicalvo. HND, Creative Industries, Television, Next Generation, Alice Breckney. Erin Buchanan. Chris Hart. Robbie MacArthur. Brock MacDonald. Jake Shaw. Jake Sweeney. James Colin Van Looy. Elise Vance Robertson. BA Honours Television, Scott Andrews. Harris Culberson. Andrew Ferguson. Jonathan Pickering. Jack Sinclair. Andrew Moffat Tierney. HND Television, Chris Hart. HNC Marketing Communications, Ailey MacDonald. HND Marketing Management, Jude Bozak McGilway. Farida Hewitt. Sean Paul Kearney. Christina Dolan. Tyler Kennedy. Daniel Wishart. HND Advertising and Public Relations, Megan Francis Correr. Lauren Dempsey. Holly Douglas. Sky Duffy. Eve Gardner. Malwina Kamak. Philippa Linus. Michelle Ange Mabau. Amy McQuilkin. Alana Louise Methvin. Olivia O'Hagan. Katie Sanders. Erin Tonner. Michael Burns. Anna Fowler. Erin Ray. Libby Jo Roberts. Amelia Van Villiers. HNC Computer Science, Iona Peptanaro. Sarah Razulu. HND Computer Science, Othman Al-Karim. Hayley Edmonds. Christopher Scott. HNC Computing Software Development, Ryan Nadulov. Aram Sakib. HND Computing Software Development, Ahmed Raza Anwar. Bella Congalin. Joshua Hunter. Hassan Mohammed. Saif Rashid. Leo Robert. Haris Savidir. Yusa Savadar. Rishi Shiv Shahota. Zara Shahzad. HNC Cybersecurity, Mirren Folan. Abdulmalik Lawal. Lamin Zani. HND Cybersecurity, Nathan Bianco. Ewan Black. Caitlin Monroe. Cameron Smith. HND Computing, Networking and Cloud, Muath Alawadi. Al Nazir Babur. Valentine Maruzak. Jasprit Mathura. Sakine Yasmin. HND Cybersecurity, Nathan Bianco. And that now concludes the conferring of the awards for the Faculty of Creative Industries. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Alison. We are now thrilled to present a short video celebrating your journey at the college. Sit back, watch and enjoy the memories unfold.
This is a story about you. Remember your first day? Stepping onto the campus full of hope, filled with nerves, excitement and dreams. You got lost in the corridors and struggled how to work the lifts. You walked into your class for the first time surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Faces that would soon become friends, teammates and even best mates. For the first time, this college, this community felt real. No longer just an application on a website or a picture in a prospectus. You've got up for class 240 times. You've been on campus 320 times. You've spent 1,980 hours in class and you've completed 60 assessments. And you've climbed 17,520 stairs. But this journey, your journey, wasn't just about numbers or climbing stairs. It's about the steps you've taken as a maker, a writer, a photographer, a builder, and even a carer. You've learned to manage projects, build games, sail ships, and even turn someone into a monster. But it wasn't always that straightforward. There were times that you felt lost, overwhelmed, unsure if you would ever get it right. You failed, you stumbled, you missed deadlines, and faced challenges you didn't think you could overcome. Yet despite those knocks, you kept getting up. You kept showing up, you worked, you pushed, you believed, and eventually, it all clicked. And now look where you are. You've made it. You're here at the finishing line of this chapter, standing tall, accomplished and ready to celebrate not just what you've completed and achieved, but here to celebrate who you've become. But today isn't the end. It's a new beginning. You've done it your way, using your voice, showing your passion. Now it's over to you to choose your next steps. Wherever you go, know that City is with you. Because without you, there is no City of Glasgow College. Today you're a graduate, and today you're getting up for a different reason. Getting up on stage to collect your qualification, getting in front of your family and friends to celebrate your hard work, and getting up to show that you kept getting up. And here's what we ask of you. Don't stop. Don't settle. Keep reaching. Keep dreaming. Because this is just the beginning. So, keep getting up. Thank you and congratulations from all of us at City of Glasgow College.
And I would like to add my personal heartfelt congratulations to all of today's graduates. Now we move on to the College Awards and I invite the Lord Provost, Jacqueline McLaren, to join us on stage and present the top student prizes. The Principal's Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement, Alejandra Tilve. Isabel Law. Iona Bourne. And the Art Foundation prizes, Medal for Excellence, Lisa Sky Georgiadis. The St Gentigan Mairn, Alistair Brady. The Art Foundation Highly Commended Awards, Gerald McMillan. Damien Papchik. Emma Milligan. Aleander Tilvey. Thank you very much for presenting the student prizes, Lord Provost. We know you're an exceptionally busy woman and we are truly grateful that you've taken the time to be with us today. May I now invite our Principal to come forward once again to present you with a small gift from the class of 2025. Principal, may I ask you to remain on stage and say a few words regarding the recipient of the special commendation?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord Provost has said, what is it? It's actually a box of chocolates. So she's not going to open it in front of me. Anyway, can I ask our chairman to be out front to present the principal's commendation? And on this commendation, and I asked Lord Provost if you would also join us here, we've got a special commendation which I will read out for you. On this special certificate, which the Chair will give you, it says, the Principal and Chief Executive's commendation is awarded to the Lord Provost, Dr. Jacqueline McLarnon. It's awarded for her distinguished civic leadership and valued partnership with the Glasgow City region in this Glasgow's 850th year. The commendation is for her commitment to strengthening the bonds between the college and the city communities. The commendation is given in grateful thanks for her advocacy of education, of opportunity and civic pride, and is given for her enduring support of the City of Glasgow College's purpose to let learning flourish across Glasgow and beyond. Congratulations, Lord Provost.
Thank you, Principal, Chair, and congratulations, Lord Provost, on receiving this award. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's proceedings. Once again, congratulations to our 2025 graduates. We wish you every success as you move forward, and we hope you enjoy the celebrations that lie ahead. For those interested, the names of all the graduates are published in today's edition of the Herald, available for purchase in the concert hall exit. And if you would like a special keepsake from today, our gift shop in the foyer offers a selection of graduate merchandise. Please feel free to stop by and have a look. May I kindly invite you to stand as the platform party exits the auditorium? Thank you.
City of Glasgow College's Winter Graduation 2025. Proceedings are about to begin, and I must say it's terrific to see so many of you here today to celebrate this monumentous occasion. Just before we start, can I ask people to please check that their mobile phones are either switched off or on silent mode? Thank you. Those of you who can, please be upstanding for the platform party.
Honoured guests, members of our College Board, ladies and gentlemen, graduates, families and friends. As Vice Principal of Student Experience at City of Glasgow College, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our 2025 winter graduation. I'm delighted to see such a wonderful turnout here at the iconic concert hall, and I extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us virtually. Today, we celebrate your hard work, determination and success. You've overcome challenges, honed new skills and hopefully had a lot of fun along the way. Your commitment makes your achievements truly exceptional. You're a talented group who will shape the future with creative thinking and problem-solving skills you've developed at City of Glasgow College. You are prepared for a life of continuous learning and success in the professional world. Congratulations to each of you. Let's take a moment to celebrate one another. Please turn to the person on your right and then on your left and say well done and congratulations. To officially open today's ceremony, it is my honour to introduce our founding Principal and Chief Executive, Captain Professor Paul Little, CBE. As we recently marked our 15th anniversary, we celebrate his outstanding leadership, which has elevated City of Glasgow College to one of the top performing institutions in both further and higher education across Scotland and the UK. Under Professor Little's stewardship, the College has reached new heights, including being awarded the prestigious Queen's Anniversary Prize for its pioneering work in education. His dedication to excellence, innovation and student success continues to define and inspire everything we do as an institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Principal and CEO, Captain Professor Paul Little, CBE.
Guest of Honour, Vice Admiral Sir Martin Connell, Regional Chair, members of our College Board, Honour Fellows, distinguished guests, distinguished alumni, family and friends, colleagues, and of course the graduating class of 2025. I want to warmly welcome each and every one of you here this afternoon to the second of our winter graduation ceremonies in this magnificent Royal Concert Hall, one of the very few venues in Glasgow and indeed in Scotland to accommodate 3 supersized college graduations. I have the distinct pleasure of shaking 1,000 hands today, so this is my second of 3 ceremonies. I want to also extend a very warm welcome to those watching remotely online. I am particularly delighted and indeed personally honoured to give a very warm city welcome to our distinguished guest of honour, Vice Admiral Sir Martin Connell, CBE, former acting First Sea Lord and substantive Second Sea Lord of the Royal Navy. I very much look forward to hearing Martin's inspirational speaks to our graduates after I formally introduce him at the end of my address. Class 2025, as principal, it's been a real privilege over the years to officiate at many graduations, and it's a genuine pleasure, it remains a genuine pleasure for me to share in your well-deserved jubilation with your families and friends, and it's without question one of my favourite highlights in the academic calendar. Now, we are only in the mouth of Christmas, only 30 shopping days away from the big day. But we're also sharing a very special anniversary with our city. Scotland's largest city, its most mercantile city, marking as it does the 850th anniversary of Glasgow. Now, as we celebrate your learning achievements, the learning achievements of our nautical and STEM faculty and our hospitality and leisure faculty, we do so also in a very significant year for the City of Glasgow College. 2025 marks the 15th anniversary of the college's most recent evolution, after a bold merger where we brought together 4 very proud, very successful higher education institutions, and instead of creating another university for Scotland, we created Scotland's largest college, its first ever super college, indeed its polytechnic. It was built for 40,000 students, about twice the size of any university except Edinburgh. It's a super college with some 2,000 programmes, from access programmes to higher national programmes, right through to undergraduate and charter level programmes. It's very much a civic anchor for Glasgow City. It's a world-renowned institution these days. We operate across 40 different countries in the world, some 6 continents. So we are truly a global leader in technological education and professional skills. Recently, we marked this 15th year anniversary with a gala dinner where the guest of honour was the First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney. And he described the City of Glasgow College as, I quote, a polytechnic of its time. So such is our unique positioning within the Scottish tertiary world-class sector, that if the 50% of school leavers who go on to higher education, yes, 30% go on to study higher education at university, but the wiser 20% study higher education at a college. And of that 20% that study at a college, 19% study higher education, of that 20%, at the City of Glasgow College. So we make a supersized contribution to widening access to higher education. Class of 2025, shortly you will join the distinguished ranks of our alumni, which I'll say a little bit more about later, particularly within our 2 faculties. But at that gala dinner, we selected, over the last 15 years, a mere 15 stories to market, 15 stories of success, where graduates who were sitting in your very seats over the last 15 years were highlighted for their exceptional contribution to Scotland, the UK and beyond. Because indeed, for you and for all your predecessors, it's the reason we do what we do to improve your life chances, to improve your livelihoods, and indeed to let learning flourish. So today, of all days, we are extra proud of you. Of course, generations of our distinguished alumni will know that our institutional roots extend way back beyond 15 years. In fact, the City of Glasgow College and its distinguished heritage is shaped by over 170 years of predecessor institutions. Noteworthy of the alumni of that period have been Charles Rennie Mackintosh, the actor Dirk Bogarde, and Sir Martin, Vice Admiral Sir William McKirker, former Controller of the Royal Navy in the mid-20th century. Such are the distinguished alumni that study or have studied at the City of Glasgow College and their predecessor institutions. So class of 2025, you're beginning to get a bit of a flavour that being a City graduate is extra special. That's important as you enter the competitive world of work. Now, amidst all this splendour, this historic splendour, the pomp, the circumstance, the occasion, it is important to take a moment and try to internalise the momentous occasion today. Perhaps as you line up for your diploma or your degree, you could take a moment to think about how you've got today, all those people that have supported you. It's a time to recognise that you've ultimately made the grade. It's a time to recognise that yes, there have been trials and tribulations, and yes, your lecturers have nurtured your talent, and yes, you've been supported at home. But remember this, at the City of Glasgow College, we do not give our diplomas and degrees away. You earn them, not by turning up each day, you earn them by meeting the global excellence standards that we set. This is also a time to realise that success is never a solo pursuit. Yes, our lecturers have helped you. Without their professionalism and dedication, you wouldn't be sitting today to graduate. But also, we want to recognise the dear ones who have contributed to you at home. So today, I want to pay particular public tribute to the mums, the dads, the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, the friends, the partners, all of whom have stood at your shoulder when you've needed it. I want to also highlight the important work of our industry partners, some 2,000 plus organisations. As I quickly looked at the guest list today, I'm delighted to see that Patrick Carney is here today from the Scottish Maritime Cluster. Carl Stokes is here from the Royal Bank of Scotland. Ro Abbott's here from Anglo-Eastern Shipping Company. Derek McFarlane and Joanna Garbus is here from Howdens. Jason Miles Campbell is here from JISC. Kieran Turner from Stream Marine. David McLeod from Drama Communications. Kirsty Dawson from Carnival Shipping, Peter Stewart from Clyde Marine, and Victoria Miller from L'Oreal. I also want to acknowledge, because this is live on the World Wide Web, all those many valued international partners from across the world who are watching this on the World Wide Web. Today is indeed an ideal opportunity to publicly thank all of those various individuals, and we enjoy a close and symbiotic partnership with many companies and many organisations and many schools and many universities worldwide. You know, we're celebrating here the maritime industry, the hospitality industry, the leisure industry. Now, I did a quick calculation. Those industries are making at least a £30 billion contribution to the UK and the Scottish economy. They're massive industries. Without these industries, the UK would be a much impoverished nation, as would Scotland. So we're celebrating the next generation of leaders going into those industries. I also want to acknowledge here a Team City member who's son is graduating. Elizabeth McCallum, one of our curriculum heads, is sporting and coaching. Her son Robbie McCallum is graduating today in the family tradition of an HND in coaching and sports development. You know, there are many important individuals here today, and it's very pleasing for me to see John Vincent, one of the other Glasgow principals here, principal of Glasgow College. I'm particularly pleased that John's here today because his son is graduating today from the City of Glasgow College. Look, I've paid tribute to a whole bunch of key individuals, but there is, Class of 2025, something you could help me with. In every graduation ceremony that I've been involved in for 26 years, we make a distinct honour to the lecturers and to your families and friends. So I need you to be upstanding, and I need you to give them a huge round of applause. So as you're upstanding, try and see them in the audience and help me to give them a round of applause. Please be upstanding. Thank you. Thank you. Class of 2025, remember, success is not a solo journey. There is further good news for you today. Employers nowadays are tiring of hiring academic graduates. Employers nowadays want vocational graduates with higher levels of relevant technological and relevant professional skills, and who indeed are work ready, as you are. City of Glasgow College is proud, therefore, each and every day to make a supersized contribution to social mobility, to social inclusion, to social justice for the many, not the few. We have multiple pathways for some of the most disadvantaged in Glasgow and beyond to reach the highest potential. And indeed, City of Glasgow College is also one of Glasgow's largest employers. Each year we deliver a talent pipeline of 8,000 technical and professional graduates who leave us to flourish in some 2,600 companies across 230 industries. Now, as a pioneering next-generation polytechnic, your alma mater, we play a system leadership role throughout Scotland and indeed across the UK. Our global reach and our industry impact is impressive. Each day, we strive to let learning flourish through excellence, inspiration, and innovation. And City of Glasgow College is playing an important role. In addition to hospitality and tourism and maritime, we're playing an important role increasingly into the UK defence industry. That's an additional £30 billion industry. So at this ceremony, potentially, we are celebrating a £60 billion contribution of those industries. Now, that defence industry is represented here today by Admiral Martin, as we make an increasingly important role to the training of marine engineering and shipbuilding for the Royal Navy. Next week, I and 3 other colleagues will be in Japan. We will be with 2 partner institutions, the Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology and their leading seafarer institution in the Institute of Technology in Toba. And together, we will be working on a partnership for autonomous shipping and the next generation of seafarer skills. So such are our impressive excellence standards. The class of 2025, you know this, perhaps your parents might not know this, that we teach way beyond ticking a box. We teach way beyond basically passing a course, way beyond competence to global excellence, right across our 2,000 programs. Indeed, such are the high standards of global excellence that after a 6-month rigorous assessment, a global team of expert assessors conducted the breadth and depth of the institution and awarded the City of Glasgow College the Elite 7 Diamond contribution. Now, that contribution recognises our global excellence. We were the very first institution in the whole of Scotland. There are 45 such tertiary institutions. We were the very first ever to receive this global accolade. Therefore, we are very much the envy of those much vaunted ancient Scottish universities, or indeed the blue chip primes that we work and support, neither of which has that 7 Diamond accolade. Indeed, finishing an impressive 3rd in the world, not as an institution, we came first as an institution of further and higher education. We were also awarded in their 40-year history the highest award for a post-school learning institution. And in addition to that, they awarded us a global award in innovation as well. But we're never resting on our laurels. And you've heard from the Vice Principal Wilson that we have got the Queen's Anniversary Award from Her Majesty the Queen herself in Buckingham Palace. Now, that award itself was for applied research. Normally, universities get awards for research. City of Glasgow College was alongside Oxford University as it received its award for research. Research into saving lives, hundreds of lives for seafarers worldwide. You know, class of 2025, I hope as you come across, as you start at that stage, you're a graduand. As I pass that scroll, you become a graduate. And as such, you're part of our next generation. And our present generation of students report that 96% of all those 40,000 enrolments are satisfied with their course, and 97% proceed to positive destinations. So those scrolls are indeed well earned. Because remember, you're no ordinary graduate. You're a City of Glasgow College graduate, and that makes something extra special. You'll be graduating from a world-class institution at the top of the global rankings, particularly in technological and professional education. So family and friends, our graduates are much sought after by employers. They leave us with unique graduate attributes that they can only get at the City of Glasgow College. That wider sense of preparedness from our institution has been quietly embedded in our teaching over the past few years. Known internally as City Attributes, this initiative emerged from listening intently to what employers were looking for beyond technical proficiency. In our new era of technological revolution and artificial intelligence, employers are seeking, paying high salaries for talented individuals who are curious, who are open to possibility, who are digitally aware, who've got a global outlook, and indeed who can communicate effectively whilst also adapting a lifelong learning approach through constant upskilling and reskilling throughout a lifetime. At City of Glasgow Colleges, these attributes are simply part of the rhythm of our curriculum rather than a built-in extra. This year, we reaffirmed our global pole position in maritime education by installing a new suite of state-of-the-art simulators, the most advanced, indeed the largest of their kind anywhere in Europe or indeed beyond. This cutting-edge technology, not yet available to any of the other 230 nautical colleges, is there to train the next generation of seafarers in hyper-realistic scenarios, replicating conditions from busy international ports to open ocean storms, or indeed in navigating in the polar north. So yes, we do invest in the very best for our students. We have the very best super campus in the United Kingdom. Our culinary students in our training kitchens are indeed amongst the very best in the world. Just 2 weeks ago, one of America's top chefs flew over from the Culinary Institute of New York to work alongside our national chef, Gary McLean, on a masterclass for our students. On the sporting front, we have distinguished alumni. Josh Kerr, Chair, is a world champion middle distance runner. We also had a pair of Commonwealth gold judo athletes, Kimberly and Louise Rannick, as part of our distinguished alumni. And yes, we are playing a supersized contribution to Glasgow 2026. Indeed, we were amongst the very first institutions that Glasgow 2026 came last year to help prepare for these games. Incidentally, all three of those areas I mentioned, culinary, hospitality and sports and maritime, all three are taught to undergraduate level by inspirational experts in their field. So it's little wonder we are oversubscribed in that area. Regional Chair, as I conclude, I'd like to end my address with a few parting words to our class of 2025. And I know that, Martin, you will appreciate having spent some time in America, my end quote. However, class of 2025, my advice to you is, look, you have excelled in the most challenging of times. We do not underestimate how difficult the pandemic was. Others may wish to brush that under the carpet. We don't. We know you've come through that and you've come to study with us, and we have built on the skills that you've learned before that. You leave us here work ready. You leave us here life ready with all the necessary skills and indeed graduate attributes to pursue your dreams. But there will be challenges ahead. There will be headwinds ahead. So successful individuals never give up. They simply pick themselves up, dust themselves down, and try again. And you keep doing that and repeat until you're successful. There's no number to do that. You just never, ever give up. Stay humble. If you need help, ask for it early. And increasingly, I would ask you to be kind to your colleagues, your neighbours. So here's that parting words as I try and encapsulate all of that speech into one sentence. I was very blessed to study part of my learning in the United States. So I'm reaching to inspiration from there. I might take the current president, I might take the previous president, but I have to reach back to the 35th president, John F. Kennedy. Now, why am I picking John F. Kennedy? Well, John F. Kennedy was a young man in a hurry to change the world. And he wisely said, and I'll share this with you, it's one sentence. It's a sentence I keep on my desk each and every day. John F. Kennedy said, one person can make a difference, and everyone should try. So now, class of 2025, it's your turn to make a difference. It's your turn to try. We prepared you, you're ready. Good luck. Let Glasgow be proud of you. Thank you. Now I'd like to formally introduce our guest of honour, Vice Admiral, I should say he's retired, Sir Martin Connell. It is a distinct pleasure to formally introduce you, Martin. You're a very special guest of honour. Indeed, I call you a friend, although I'm simply a lowly captain in the Navy Reserves. Nothing as vaunted as an Admiral, but I have to say this is the first time I have more gold on me than Admiral Connell has. So I'm quite enjoying this moment. Sir Martin was born in Yorkshire in December 1968. He joined the Royal Navy in 1987 as a Lynx helicopter observer. He's had a distinguished career spanning nearly 4 decades. He's held a whole series of really important operational and command roles, including commanding HMS Severin, HMS Chatham, and the fleet flagship HMS Illustrious, one of our predecessor aircraft carriers. His courageous leadership has taken him on deployment all around the world, including in the Gulf, in counter-piracy operations, and indeed on sensitive missions safeguarding our offshore installations. Promoted to that all-important rank of captain, he then went on to the flag rank of Commodore shortly afterwards in 2015. He assumed command of the United Kingdom's mighty amphibious task group and later served as our attaché in Washington, D.C. He held this 2-star Admiral appointments, including as Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff Aviation Amphibious Capability and Carriers. Then he went on to head of the Fleet Air Arm, after that as Director of Force Generation. And if that wasn't enough, this distinguished warrior diplomat also served as the senior responsible owner for the creation of 2 of our 5th-generation aircraft carriers. This was the guy responsible for making sure they come out of build. In January 2022, Martin was appointed a 3-star Admiral and to the highest rank in the Royal Navy as a 2nd Sea Lord Deputy Chief of Naval Staff. But such was his brilliant leadership and indeed his devotion to duty that he was also assumed the rank of 1st Sea Lord during a transition period earlier this year. As you'll hear from Martin himself, he is a very modest man. He is proud of his humility. He is proud of his humble roots. But he's also a mighty thinker. He's a graduate of the United States Naval War College. He's a graduate of the UK Higher Command and Staff College. And he's an executive graduate from the London Business School. Sir Martin was appointed Commander of the British Empire in 2020 and then further elevated by the King as Knight Commander of the Order of Bath in 2025. I don't know where he finds the time, but he's the patron of the Royal Naval Football Club, or Association, sorry. He's a trustee of the Naval Children's Charity. He's a member of the board of the Maritime Coast Guard Agency. And if that stellar career isn't impressive enough, he's a season ticket holder at Chelsea. And he's just back from intrepid trek in the deepest South America, in the wilds of Patagonia, made famous in all those Hollywood films as Cape Horn. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join me in giving a warm Glasgow welcome to Sir Martin Connell.
Principal, thank you for that introduction, which is longer than my speech, frankly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, graduates. It is a pleasure and a profound honour to join you all on this special day. And allow me to be among the first to offer my warmest congratulations to each of you receiving your awards today. For today marks a defining moment. It is the culmination of years of effort, as the Principal said. I'm sure some late nights, perseverance, and belief. Perhaps even on days when belief might have felt in short supply. You have earned every bit of the recognition you received today, and you should all be immensely proud of your achievements. Now, you could be forgiven for wondering why a Royal Navy Admiral is standing here before you. My connections to this remarkable maritime city runs deep, both personally and professionally. Both of my grandfathers lived and worked here. One as a butcher in the west end of the city, the other was an amateur footballer who went on to join the Royal Navy from Glasgow at the start of the Second World War. My parents went to school here, they met here, and they got married here. So whenever I return to Glasgow, it feels in many ways like coming home. In more recent years, my ties have grown even stronger. As the Principal mentioned, I chose to send Royal Navy engineers here to train alongside their Merchant Navy and civilian counterparts. I've walked the shipyards at Govan and Scottstoun many times, and I'm a frequent visitor to His Majesty's Naval Base Faslane just down the Clyde. This city is a cornerstone of our nation's maritime story, our national security, and it continues to shape it today. A little over 38 years ago, I made the decision to join the Royal Navy to fly helicopters. I had hardly any academic qualifications to my name at that point, and I certainly didn't make it to any higher education institution like this one. I was seen, perhaps understandably, as a training risk. Whether I would even make it through initial officer training was at one point touch and go. What I didn't know then, of course, was that I would in time go on to command warships and aircraft carriers and operations around the world, and eventually become responsible for leading this remarkable institution through one of its most challenging periods in recent history. I've been privileged to serve my country, but also to lead men and women on military operations. These are during moments of tension and danger, when risks rise and anxieties increase. And those experiences taught me something important. Leadership is not confined to rank or title. It is not the preserve of chief executives, team leaders, chairpersons, or even admirals. Leadership begins much earlier. It begins with learning how to work with people, how to understand and trust them, understanding what makes them tick, and how to rely on them when you need support, safety, or simple human kindness. In the Navy, we call it looking out for your oppo, your opposite number. This lesson becomes very real on a ship. When a warship is hit or stands into danger, everyone is impacted, from the most junior sailor through to the captain. You are quite literally all in it together. But I suggest this principle applies far beyond the Navy. Businesses, organizations, and teams do occasionally falter, often not because of a lack of talent, but because trust breaks down. Teamwork matters. Looking out for each other matters. I once learned this the hard way. I was in command of HMS Chatham, a Type 22 frigate deployed in the Middle East. We were facing everything from piracy to illicit trafficking and enforcing United Nations sanctions. The ship had experienced machinery issues, engineering failures, and a few disciplinary problems. My chain of command back in the UK began to wonder if the problem was perhaps me, questioning whether I was actually up to the job. It was an isolating moment. That same evening, at a particularly low point, I sat down and wrote my letter of resignation. But something told me to sleep on it. And the next morning, I was too busy to think about myself. I spent the day dealing with events and issues, but also walking the ship, talking to my sailors, listening to their concerns, and hearing quite unexpectedly that they very much believed in me to look out for them. So I never sent that letter, and that same ship, against all the odds, went on to be recognized as the most operational warship in the Royal Navy that year. And I was lucky enough to go on to command at sea again. Now, why do I share this? Because all of you, no matter your field or experience, will encounter setbacks. Not all organizations have perfect or just cultures. Not all moments will feel fair. But it is in these moments that character is forged. Your character. What matters is not the setback itself, but how you respond to it. The writer Samuel Beckett captured this perfectly when he said, "Ever tried? Ever failed? No matter. Try again. Fail again. Fail better. And Beckett himself knew plenty about failure before he found success. And the same is true in many walks of life and businesses today. Just look at tech startups, where failure is often the first step on the road to innovation. Now, across my career, I've had numerous setbacks of my own, some accidents, failed exams, and a few mishaps. As a dyslexic and a lateral thinker, I often struggled initially with systems that were designed at the time for linear thinkers. But what once seemed like liabilities became strengths. I see patterns differently, I solve problems differently. And that difference has allowed me to tackle complexities that would have once overwhelmed me. Earlier this year, on a particularly cold and dark morning, I found myself in a boat on the River Clyde with the Prime Minister. We were on our way to meet a submarine returning from patrol. For 90 minutes, I briefed them on a very sensitive national security matter. No notes, no slides, no advisors, thankfully, just two people and a vital conversation. Not something my younger self would have even imagined possible. So to all of you graduating today from the Nautical and STEM and Hospitality and Leisure faculties, congratulations once again on reaching this important milestone. As you step into your future careers, I encourage you to meet the challenges you will face head-on with an open mindset and confidence. Embrace the setbacks as part of the journey. Learn from them. Grow through them and let them strengthen you. Above all, remember to fail better. Congratulations once again, and thank you.
Thank you, Sir Martin, for those inspiring and uplifting words. It's an absolute honour to have you here today, and I'm sure our hospitality and leisure and nautical and STEM students will feel energised and ready to embrace the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead in these exciting sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the presentation of the awards. At this time, I invite Principal Little to the front of the stage to present the graduation scrolls. I also welcome Vanessa Telfer, Dean of the Faculty of Hospitality and Leisure, to announce our 2025 graduands.
Principal, may I present to you the graduands for the Faculty of Hospitality and Leisure. HNC Beauty Therapy, Jasper Campbell. HND Beauty Therapy, Madison Anderson. Kaylee Ann Barrett. Shannon Boyle. Emma Brown. Olivia Brown. Holly Cameron. Ayla Carmen. Annie Cassidy. Jennifer Cohn. Leah Cook. Hannah Craig. Erin de Sykes. Darcy Dingwall. Karen Elliott. Daryl Hannah Finnell. Erin Gallagher. Holly Gamble. Angelika Grenkovic. Gracie Hallam. Chloe Leanne Hamilton. Olivia Hanlon. Zuzana Jasinski. Anza Kashmiri. Sean Kirk. Kelsey Lightbody. Abby McCaskill. Nia MacDonald. Emma Mackenzie. Sana Mahmood. Amy Marshall. Maisie McCaw. Courtney McGroarty. Holly McTaggart. Amber Mitchell. Anastasia Morose. Amy Mulholland. Vanessa Patel. Vicky Peat. Sidonie Rigby. Carrie Roger. Alicia Siraj. Cara Sloan. Lily Tierney. Kira Walton. Lily Wang. Chelsea Watson. Cara Wilson. HNC Complementary Therapies, Olga Turini. HND Complementary Therapies, Margaret Ann Callaghan. Jennifer Gorman. Zahir Hassan. Vare Hendry. Sarah MacLeod. Ellie McIntosh. Laura Meekin. Carly Munro. Mihaela Podarou. Ruby Robert Self. Mary Walker. HNC Fashion Makeup, Tracy Brady. Ka Yi Chan. Jennifer Cole. Sophia Fargey. Amy Knox. Donna Orr. Victoria Ramsey. HND Makeup Artistry, TV, Film and Theatre, Amy Murphy Callaghan. Zoe Clark. Katie Docherty. Katie Elder. Adam French. Zoe Glenn. Alice Hawley. Ian Stewart Mackenzie. Joanna Matlock. Rin McGaughey. Scarlett McKenna. Amy MacLeod. Eve Miller. Sarah Rogers. Nicola Ronald. HNC Hairdressing, Edward Bammer. Aurea Bardsley. Kelly Bryan. Zainab Butt. Luke Campbell. Nicola Close. Jade Duggan. Simona Fiorillo. Claire Friel. Claire Goodbrand. Pamela Hamilton. Catherine Johnston. Leah McFadden. Chantel Lochry. Cara McFadden. Morgan McNee. Keris O'Brien. Nicole Pusakova. Chloe Sims. Reese Slavin. Lindsay Dawn Tate. Bobby Lee Tweedy. Sarah Ward. Caitlin Wilson. HNC Fitness, Health and Exercise, Ryan McNulty. HND Fitness, Health and Exercise, Ronan Burns. Gavin Cale. Jay Campbell. Chloe Cassidy. Jessica Cowie. Hayley Crawford. Callum Gordon. Sophie Greenhall. Charlie Houston. Samuel Emerson. Adam Jameson. Kieran Keelan. Jamie Kerr. Toby MacDonald. Ashley McFarlane. Charlotte McGinley. Josh McMahon. Daniel Mills. Paul Mitchell. Ellie Morgan. Alec Musat. Maruna Musat. Callum Notman. Oidansi. Callum O'Connor. Scott Rollo. Faith Louise Chauvelin. Ryan Stevenson. Chaba Salaji. Rebecca Todd. Owen Wilkinson. Maximili Ivan. HNC Coaching and Developing Sport, Beth Allen. Daniel Chappelle. Matthew Hind. Amy Laird. Niamh McGlinchey. HND Coaching and Developing Sport, Brooke Anderson. Molly Cuthbertson. Alana Evans. Jodie Girvin. Adam Gorman. Sophie Hawker. Kira Heppenstall. Emma Johnson. Lewis Conks. Robbie McCallum. Anna Marie McCarran. Colleen McLaughlin. Sasha Meffin. Sky Melville. Ben Morrison. Lauren Muir. Scott Mustard. Blair Nisbet. Stuart Ogg. Sophie O'Reilly. Alexandra Ostrikov. Joel Pambu. Kirsty Sim. Lewis Smiley. Suzia Smith. Joshua Stockwell. HND Sports Therapy, Sean Anderson. Stanley Azari. Katie Brogan. Louise Downey. Sophie Forsyth. Paige Gilfillan. Kirsty Gordon. Niamh Graham. Adam Heaps. Beth Hutchinson. Megan Kelly. Anne Kyle. Nathaniel Layden. Esther Lawrence. Mia MacDonald. Sean Maguire. Iona McKinley. Erin O'Hara. Pablo Orton. Callum Patterson. Kane Payton. Erin Revel. Beth Ritchie. Jamie Ross. Alana Marie Smith. Kaylin Sterling. Melissa McIntosh Sulu. Alessandro Tartaglio. Kira Tompkins. Jack Tweedy. Samantha Wainhouse. Hannah Welsh. HNC Pastry, Jason Patton. HNC Bakery, Chloe Abernethy. Chloe Andrews. Jamie Howie. Kirsty Kennedy. Sarah Kerr. Nadine Mercedes Fisher. Rachel Williams. HNC Professional Cookery, Ariana Cruz Gomez. Holly Davies. Mikolai Niziolek. Agnes Scott. Pokila Shirmas. HND Professional Cookery, Kenzie Lee Beattie. David Brown. Ruby Burgess. Marguerite Da Fonseca. Rory Doherty. Lisa Finn. Christelle Gauby. Ross Gurley. Ivona Gregovic. Megan Hanna. Tom Hurd. Kabedi Katendi. Rachel Liddell. Alison McAndrew Jones. Kirsty Miller. Hannah Morley. Jada Mullen. Melanie Monroe. Rebecca Oliver. Lewis Phillips. Ruth Pinkerton. Sophie Simpson. HNC Hospitality Operations, Cian McClelland. HND Hospitality Management, Rachel Tong. HNC International Events Management, Sarah Martin. HND Events Management, Mia Carol Hetherington. Gemma Cullen. Erin Frankie. Marta Gurniak. Adele Claire McMillan. Annie Muldoon. Katie Smith. Harry Warbrick. HNC Travel and Tourism, Gifted Austin. Alicia Borthwick. Gary Devlin. Lennon Gallagher. Kate Hutchison. Iris Magana. Mercy Augustea. HND Travel and Tourism, Katie Jane McKenzie. Sylvan MacLeod. Orla Soping. This concludes the conferring of awards to graduates for the Faculty of Hospitality and Leisure. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you, Vanessa. I now welcome Chris Keenan, Dean of the Faculty of Nautical and STEM, to announce our 2025 graduates.
Principal, may I present to you the graduands for the Faculty of Nautical and STEM. For HNC Construction Management, James Hipson. Nathan McLafferty. Iman Musa. Laura Jean Romero. Suzanne Winters. For HND Construction Management, Olha Cleavena. Stephen Glass. For HNC Facilities Management, James Jensen. Claudia Kopacz. Natasha Murray. Helen Wilcox. Stephen Truesdale. For HND Building Surveying, Kira Blakely. Rashid Kamal. Connor McIndoe. For HND Architectural Technology with Digital Construction, Edem Damarley. Lamin Ad Darbo. Rhys Durham. Valeria Lukian. Ewan McKenzie. Andrew Ogilvie. Gurmar Singh. Emily Thompson. For HND Computer-Aided Architectural Design and Technology, Leo Coney. Ewan MacDonald. For HNC Civil Engineering, Mohammed Al-Surmi. Uke Kamberipa. Blake Mullen. For HNC Quantity Surveying, Rachel Hellowell. Kerry McCaskill. Kerry Ann McGrory. Leanne Morn. For HND Quantity Surveying, Kirsty Bavage. David Wilson. Dylan Wilson. For HNC Mechanical Engineering, Archie James Borthwick. Max Brown. Kelly Gray. Archie Hopley. Finlay Watson. For HND Mechanical Engineering, Leandro Boyce. Emily Cameron. Kaelin Gillis. Ryan Hanna. Regan Hewitt. Chris Hickman. Jamie Oliphant. Varun Ravi Kumar. Michael Reeves. Donald Scott. Craig Graham Thompson. Finlay Watson. For HNC Electrical Engineering, Gerasimos Fanurius Bizas. Cameron Stalker. For HND Electrical Engineering, Ella Harrison. Daniel Morgan. Christopher Redfern. For HND Mechatronics, Juan Gonzalez Gallego. John Paul Stewart. For HNC Engineering Systems, Craig McMillan. Daniel McLaughlin. For HNC Shipbuilding, Caelan Brogan. Andrew Moore. John Rennie. Lewis Russell. For HNC Marine Engineering, Jake Ryan. For HND Marine Engineering, Ethan Davis. Drew Dean. Jake Edmondson. Muhammad Essen. Cameron Harris. Christopher Lee. Ross Patterson. James Pinder. Lee Sinclair. Charlie Stratton. Devlin Taylor. Boris William Tierney. Dylan Wade. For SBD Marine Engineering, Ben Connor. Tom Dutton. Leighton Fraser. Chris Glass. Alexander Hugh Gunn. Jack McQueen. Amit Shajan. For HNC Nautical Science, Alicia Hughes. Paul David Kirby. Jack Liam Snape. Anna Prieto. Joseph Schunk. For HND Nautical Science, Katrina Clough. Sean MacDonald. For SPD Nautical Science, Josh Armstrong Clark. Andrew Balmer. Scott Burnett. Kyle McNichol. Ewan Stewart. For Officer of the Watch, Experienced Seafarers Route, Lara Claburn. This concludes the conferring of awards to graduates from the Faculty of Nautical and STEM. Well done.
Thank you, Chris. We are thrilled to present a short video celebrating your journey at the college. Sit back, watch and enjoy the memories unfold.
You got lost in the corridors and struggled how to organise. You walked into the class for the first time surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Faces that would soon become friends, teammates and even bestmates. For the first time, this college, this community felt real. No longer just an application on a website or a picture in a prospectus.
Got up for class 240 times. You've been on campus 320 times. You spent 1,980 hours in class and you've completed 60 assessments. And you've climbed 17,520 stairs.
This journey, your journey, wasn't just about numbers or climbing stairs. It's about the steps you've taken as a maker, a writer, a photographer, a builder, and even a carer. You've learned to manage projects, build games, sail ships, and even turn someone into a monster. But it wasn't always that straightforward. There were times that you felt lost, overwhelmed, unsure if you would ever get it right. You failed, you stumbled, you missed deadlines, and faced challenges you didn't think you could overcome. Yet despite those knocks, you kept getting up. You kept showing up, you worked, you pushed, you believed, and eventually, it all clicked. And now look where you are. You've made it. You're here at the finishing line of this chapter, standing tall, accomplished and ready to celebrate not just what you've completed and achieved, but here to celebrate who you've become. But today isn't the end. It's a new beginning. You've done it your way, using your voice, showing your passion. Now it's over to you to choose your next steps. Wherever you go, know that City is with you. Because without you, there is no City of Glasgow College. Today you're a graduate, and today you're getting up for a different reason. Getting up on stage to collect your qualification, getting in front of your family and friends to celebrate your hard work, and getting up to show that you kept getting up. And here's what we ask of you. Don't stop. Don't settle. Keep reaching. Keep dreaming. Because this is just the beginning. So, keep getting up. Thank you and congratulations from all of us at City of Glasgow College.
So I'd like to add my heartfelt congratulations to all of today's graduates. Be proud of yourself. We now move to the College Awards, and I invite Sir Martin Connell to join us on the stage and present the top student prizes. For the Faculty of Hospitality and Leisure, the Principal's Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement, Shan Kirk. Tom Hurd. For the Faculty of Nautical and STEM, the Principal's Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement, Olha Klevina. James Pender. Josh Armstrong Clark. Thank you very much for presenting the student prizes, Sir Martin. We know that you're an exceptionally busy man, and we are grateful for you taking the time to be here today. Can I now invite our Principal to come forward once again to present you with a small gift from the class of 2025. Thank you again, Sir Martin. Thank you, Principal. May I kindly ask you to remain on the stage to announce a very special award. Chair, may I now invite you to come forward to present this award.
And I want to present on behalf of our Board of Management the highest honour of this global institution. It's a fellowship of the City of Glasgow College. It is rarely given. There are not been 15 in the last 15 years. And it's awarded to Dave Anderson. Dave, can I ask you to come forward, please? So if you could turn and face the audience, Chair, if you would, as I read this citation and then pass it, we'll pass this special award, and then after the special award, my Chief of Staff will present the fellowship gown. This fellowship is awarded to Dave Anderson. It's awarded in recognition of his distinguished service as a Chairman of the Board of Management at City of Glasgow College. It's awarded for his steadfast leadership and dedication in guiding the City of Glasgow College through a period of transformation and renewal. It's awarded to acknowledge his commitment to advancing opportunities for students, for staff, and for the wider community. It's awarded to express our sincere gratitude and profound admiration for his vision, his integrity, and for his enduring contribution to the success and the reputation of the City of Glasgow College. Regional Chair. And now comes the ceremonial fellowship and ceremonial cap, and a photograph as well. And now I invite our new Fellow to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Principal, distinguished guests, graduates, congratulations. You're what today is all about. And every time I come to one of these events, it's just so inspiring to see so many people commit to learning and to really fulfil their expectations and aspirations. I recall being at Stirling University many moons ago when it was first identified. I had a bald patch from the very top there as I went up to get my certificate. But this is a fantastic institution. It does great work in Glasgow, across the whole world, and there's fabulous staff, brilliantly led by Dr. Paul Little, Professor Little, and his team. I hope you've had a fantastic experience here. Go out into the world and take your next step forward. You can be proud of your time here and your achievements. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations to Dave from all of us. Everyone, we have now reached the end of today's proceedings. And once again, congratulations to our 2025 graduates. We wish you every success as you move forward, and we hope you enjoy the celebrations that lie ahead. For those interested, the names of all the graduates are published in today's edition of the Herald, available for purchase in the concert hall exit. And if you would like a special keepsake from today, our gift shop in the foyer offers a selection of graduation merchandise, so please feel free to stop by and have a look. At this time, may I kindly invite you to stand as the platform party exits the auditorium. Thank you and good night.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to City of Glasgow College's Winter Graduation 2025. It really is fabulous to see so many of you here to celebrate the culmination of all your hard work, so we hope you enjoy yourselves immensely this evening. Proceedings are just about to start, so as a reminder, can I just ask you, if you haven't already done so, to either switch your mobile phones off, please, or put them onto silent mode. And those of you who can, please now be upstanding for the platform party.
Honoured guests, members of our college board, ladies and gentlemen, graduates, families and friends. As Vice Principal of Student Experience at City of Glasgow College, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to our 2025 winter graduation. I'm delighted to see such a wonderful turnout here at the iconic concert hall and extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us virtually. Today, we celebrate your hard work, determination and success. You've overcome challenges and honed new skills and hopefully had a lot of fun along the way. Your commitment makes your achievements truly exceptional. You are a talented group who will shape the future with the creative thinking and problem-solving skills you've developed at City of Glasgow College. You are prepared for a life of continuous learning and success in the professional world. Congratulations to each of you. Let's take a moment to celebrate one another. Please turn to the person on your right and then to the person on your left and say, "Well done." To officially open today's ceremony, it is my honour to introduce our founding Principal and Chief Executive, Professor Paul Little, CBE. As we recently marked our 15th anniversary, we celebrate his outstanding leadership, which has elevated City of Glasgow College to one of the top performing institutions in both further and higher education across Scotland and the UK. Under Professor Little's stewardship, the college has reached new heights, including being awarded the prestigious Queen's Anniversary Prize for its pioneering work in education. His dedication to excellence, innovation and student success continues to define and inspire everything we do as an institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Principal and CEO, Professor Paul Little, CBE.
Thank you, Vice Principal Wilson, and thank you for the early clap. I didn't know my brother was in tonight. Guest of Honour, Hadi Altar, Regional Chair, members of our College Board, honoured fellows, distinguished guests, distinguished alumni, family, friends, colleagues, and of course our graduating class of 2025. So I warmly welcome each and every one of you here this evening to our third and indeed final ceremony of our 2025 winter graduation in this magnificent Royal Concert Hall, one of the very few venues large enough to accommodate 3 supersized college graduations. I don't know why this is my favourite of all 3 ceremonies. I don't know whether it's because after today I won't have to shake another 1,000 graduates' hands for a few more months, or indeed it's because we've got 2 extra special presentations to make later on in the ceremony. But I'll say a bit more about that later. I do also want to extend a very warm Glasgow welcome to all those watching live on the World Wide Web. I'm particularly delighted to give a very warm city welcome to our distinguished guest of honour, a distinguished alumni, a former student of the college, Hadi Altar. His story is a testament of the transformational power of colleges in general and of City of Glasgow College in particular. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing your inspirational message to our graduates after I formally introduce you in my address. Class of 2025, as Principal, I've been privileged to officiate in many, many graduations over the years, and it genuinely remains a real honour for me to share in your well-deserved jubilation with your family and your friends, and it is without question my most favourite highlight in the academic year. So it's downhill from here until the summer, I'm afraid. Indeed, we meet here a mere 30 days shopping left until Christmas. We also meet in a very special anniversary year for Glasgow, Scotland's largest and most mercantile city, marking as it does its 850th civic anniversary this year. And we were delighted to have the first citizen of Glasgow at the first ceremony, and we were able to mark that with a special celebration as well. So tonight we celebrate the learning achievements of our education and humanities and professional courses. The graduates, soon to be graduates, so when you start at that bit of the stage, you're a graduate, and when you leave with the scroll, you become a graduate. I'll explain that shortly. But 2025 also marks a significant year for the City of Glasgow College. It marks a 15-year anniversary of the college's most recent evolution from a bold merger that bonded together 4 highly successful legacy higher education institutions, not to create yet another university, but to create something more special than that, Scotland's Polytechnic. City of Glasgow College is the largest college in Scotland, amongst the largest in Europe. It was built for 40,000 students. That's roughly twice the size of most universities. City of Glasgow College is a super college. It's got some 2,000 programmes, from access level courses to diplomas and certificates, right through to undergraduate and indeed, as we'll see tonight, to chartered level programmes. City of Glasgow College is a civic anchor institution for Glasgow. Glasgow can be proud, rightly so, of our world-renowned reputation. We operate across 40 countries worldwide, 6 continents. We have 4,000 international enrolments. Glasgow University has 10,000 international enrolments, and they're about 500 years older than we are. We operate with 140 different nationalities. And nowadays, City of Glasgow College, your college, our college, is a global leader in technological and professional education and in higher skills. How do I know that? The High Commissioner for South Africa was with us on Friday, visiting City of Glasgow College to discuss further work on how we might help South Africa. We didn't have to go to South Africa. South Africa came to us. And we do that right throughout the academic year, where many countries, indeed some 50 different countries, have visited the City of Glasgow College since we were conceived all those 15 years ago. Now, we rightly marked this anniversary with a gala dinner, and we had the First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, as our guest of honour. And he described City of Glasgow College, and I quote, as a polytechnic of its time. Such is our unique positioning within Scotland's world-class tertiary sector, post-school learning sector of about 40 plus institutions across Scotland. Now, of those 40 plus institutions, they receive Scottish school leavers. And many of those Scottish school leavers, about half of them, go to those institutions to study higher education. And yes, we have world-class higher education. And yes, 30% of those school leavers go to universities. However, I believe the wiser 20% study their higher education at a college. And the wiser still of that 20%, some 19% study their higher education at the City of Glasgow College. So we make a super-sized contribution, unrivalled within both Scotland and indeed the UK. You know, in that anniversary event, we paid right tribute to our distinguished alumni. And very shortly, class of 2025, when you graduate, you will become a member of that distinguished alumni network across the world. We picked out only 15 stories. Hattie was one of those stories across the 15 years of the many, many successes of our graduates. Too few to list on my short speech, too many to pay tribute to tonight. So today, of all days, we are rightly proud of our students, the ones who have proceeded, the ones who are about to proceed. You know, of all our generation of alumni, they all know that our institutional roots go way beyond 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the City of Glasgow College is built on a distinguished heritage of some 170 years of predecessor institutions. And of course, during that time, the Faculty of Education and Humanities and its predecessors played a very important role. So class of 2025, you're beginning to see that being a City graduate is something extra special, particularly as you enter the competitive world of work. As you will know, many of our distinguished alumni sat in your very seat, listening to this very speech, to this very principle. And after that, as they graduated and went into the world of work, they flourished, as Hattie is a good example of that. And each graduation ceremony, we like to have a distinguished alumni to show you the art of the possible. Some of our other distinguished alumni have been NASA scientists. Others have been world-class filmmakers in New York. There are many, many to mention. Tonight, we've got a world-class distinguished alumni, Hattie, and I'll tell you a little bit more about him after my address. So look, amidst all this pomp, this splendour, the colour, the ceremony here tonight, it's also a very private moment for you as an individual graduand about to be graduate. I hope that you internalise the momentousness of this occasion. Hopefully, as you line up, get your gown on and hope to go on to that stage, making sure your shoes are okay and you'll not have any accidents coming across that stage. But you hopefully will remember that actually many people have helped you get to this position. You have helped yourself get to that position. It's a fitting moment to graduations to remind our graduating class that success is not a solo journey. As much as you think you have achieved this on your own, you've had professional lecturers who have nurtured your talent and your ability. They have challenged you, they have stretched you, they have encouraged and they have inspired you. And we remember too the family and friends who have supported you. We pay tribute to the mums, the dads, the grandparents, the friends, the partners who have stood at your shoulder at that time. Because you've got qualifications which are quite simply not given away. You earn your qualifications at the City of Glasgow College. We aspire and deliver to global standards, not competence levels. Turning up every day doesn't get you your qualification. So, I'm also delighted to see in the audience some of our leading industry partners. Without them, much of the work of this college across 230 sectors would not be possible. I'm mentioning but a few. Alex Muffet from the Scottish Vocation Qualifications Council, Danny Young, Head Chef, and Ross Etchison, General Manager of Torridon Tel, Gordon McIntyre, former Senior Member of Staff of the College, now Founding Chair of Hospitality Health, and others. I also acknowledge, because this ceremony is live on the web, the many and much valued international partners across the world, with some over 100 that we work with to provide opportunities for our students and are watching here tonight and are supporting us. It's an ideal opportunity to pay tribute to them all. And I'm going to ask the class of 2025 to help me now, and please be upstanding to look to your parents or your lecturers, and please give them a huge round of applause. Can you please be upstanding? Thank you. Thank you. That'll get the blood flowing before you come on the stage. Class of 2025, there's further good news for you this evening. Employers are tiring of employing academic graduates. These days, they prefer vocational graduates with higher levels of relevant technological and professional skills. They prefer those who are work-ready and have got a can-do attitude. You're going to be in pole position with employers. This college is proud to make a supersized contribution each day to important concepts that we hold dear, to social mobility, to social inclusion, to social justice. Glasgow values those, we value those. Through our multiple curriculum pathways, we in fact do much of the heavy lifting to access into further education and higher education, and to ultimately create a more level playing field of opportunity for the many, not the enabled few. We are also one of Glasgow's largest employers, and each year we deliver an impressive skills pipeline of around 8,000 technological and professional graduates who flourish across some 2,600 companies across those 230 industry sectors and community and public sectors. We are indeed a pioneering next generation polytechnic. We are your alma mater nowadays. We play a system leadership role throughout Scotland and indeed throughout the United Kingdom and increasingly more globally. Our global reach, our community impact, our social impact, our industrial impact is indeed truly impressive. Each day we strive to deliver our city purpose to let learning flourish. For the many, not the few. Each day we try to do that by being inspirational, by putting excellence at the heart of what we do, and by constantly being innovative. Each day we try to deliver on those global excellence standards. for some 2,000 programmes. Let me speak a little bit about those global excellence standards. City of Glasgow College recently took part in a rigorous 6-month global assessment where a team from across the world of expert excellence assessors concluded that the breadth and depth of the City of Glasgow College and its excellence standards merited the elite 7 Diamond World Ranking. Now, this is truly impressive, ladies and gentlemen. The number of organisations across the world that would aspire to that is something in the region of 50,000. And of those, less than 10 have that global standard. There is no other institution in Scotland that has this standard. There's no ancient university has this standard. There is no prime in Scotland has this standard. City of Glasgow College is unique in that. In fact, we came 3rd in the world of all organisations a year ago. More so, we got in the 40-year history of these global rankings, we came number 1 in the world. So impressed with the panel that they give us an extra award for outstanding achievement in driving innovation. But we're never complacent. We never rest on our laurels. As the Vice Principal said, we were also recognised by Her Majesty Queen in the Queen's Anniversary Award, which is the award for the top tertiary institutions every 2 years in the United Kingdom. And we won that award for research, applied research. Universities usually win awards for research. Colleges don't win awards for research. City of Glasgow College is it's a unique college. It's no ordinary college. This research has indeed a global impact. Through this research, we save hundreds of lives at sea. Now, class of 2025, you're sitting there thinking, so the college wins these awards, what's that got to do with me? Well, that makes your qualification have extra currency. The reputation of this college, the reputation of the staff who teach you, the facilities in this college are indeed second to none. So I hope as you come forward, you have an extra spring in your step. I did see some students with an extra spring in their steps as they were trying to run across the stage earlier on. I think they were hoping that the shoes would last if they got over in one piece. So just take your time, walk across, but be proud, hold your head up high. Because 96% of you and your colleagues say that you're satisfied with the City of Glasgow College. 97% of our students go to positive destinations. And yes, when you get that purple scroll and I shake your hand, that is the official conferring of this internationally recognised qualification. So you're no ordinary graduate. You're a City of Glasgow College graduate, and that truly means something extra special. You will be a graduate from a world-class institution at the top of the global rankings, and here it is in Scotland and in Glasgow. Family and friends, our graduates are indeed much sought after by employers. They leave us with extra attributes that you cannot get at any other university or any other college or indeed any school in Scotland. Over the last few years, we have listened intensely to employers about the attributes they want of the next generation of employees. And as such, we have worked very assiduously to prepare our students for this new era of technological revolution and artificial intelligence. So employers are looking for talented individuals. They want those individuals that are curious first and foremost. They want those individuals that are open to possibility. They want those individuals who are digitally aware. They want those individuals that have a global outlook, not a city outlook. They want those individuals that can communicate effectively And they want those individuals that can remain adaptive throughout their life, constantly upskilling and reskilling. And at the City of Glasgow College, these attributes have become simply part of our rhythm in the curriculum. They are not added extra. We invest in the best chances of success in our students through our super campus, our facilities, our amazing staff, and indeed by these attributes. Now, I could go on. I'm tempted that we should have a forced ceremony tonight. I'm seeing a few heads going, I don't think so. You're on your own. So I'll conclude, Chair. And in concluding, I want to say my last words to the students who are graduating tonight. You'll hear advice from Hattie. I would trust you listen to that. My advice is, first, to acknowledge that you've excelled in the most challenging of times. You cannot just ignore the pandemic. Albeit 5 years ago, you were studying either at school in senior phase or you were returning to work. That was a huge, challenging time for every one of us. And we're still coming to terms with that. And you were studying and graduating shortly after. But you leave us today ready, work ready and life ready. You have the necessary skills, the necessary knowledge, the necessary graduate attributes to pursue your dreams. So as you pursue those dreams, never give up. When others are falling by the wayside and give up, don't give up. Dust yourself down. Try again. Pick yourself up again and try again. And just repeat until you're continually successful. Stay humble. You didn't achieve success alone. This is a team effort tonight, and it will be a team effort in your future success. If you need help, ask for help. If you need help, ask for it early. And please practice kindness. You've been kindness given to you. Please practice kindness to others. It's hard to sum up a graduation speech. I sometimes try and get down to one sentence. And I was fortunate I spent some time in my formative years to study in America. So I'm choosing a quote from a very famous American president. You'll forgive me if I don't use the present American president. I'm going to use the 35th American president, somebody who has been an inspiration in my own life. He was once a young man in a hurry. What was he in a hurry to do? Well, John F. Kennedy was a young man in a hurry to change the world. And he said, and I keep this quote on my desk each and every day. I look at it each and every day. So I'll pass this quote to you. It's one sentence. And John F. Kennedy said, one person can make a difference, and everybody should try. So class of 2025, go now and make your own difference in this global world. You have my hearty congratulations. I wish you good luck. Let Glasgow be proud of you. Thank you. And I want to formally introduce our guest of honour, Hadi Al-Attar. It is a distinct pleasure to formally introduce our guest of honour. Originally from Syria, Hadi began studying accountancy in Damascus University before the outbreak of war in 2011 forced him to flee. Determined to rebuild his life, he arrived as a refugee in Glasgow. He enrolled in our English for Speakers for Other Languages, ESOL programme. He progressed from that programme in our multiple pathways to our higher national certificate in accountancy at the college in 2015 and 2016. Such was the supportive environment at the college, particularly highlighting his lecturers Rosie Quinn and Pam Turnbull. They helped him overcome language barriers. They helped him rebuild his confidence, and they secured a placement for him, actually in the college's own accountancy department. Now, Hadi later graduated from the college from a ceremony like this, and he earned his BA Honours in Accountancy and Finance from Strathclyde Business School. After graduating, he excelled in a huge number of roles, including Assistant Accountant in Sanadef UK and Finance Manager in Live Language in Glasgow, in London. In 2025, understanding the importance of lifelong learning, he undertook a master's degree at the University of West of Scotland, an MBA, and he's pursuing his chartered accountancy and professional qualifications. Now, Harry's experienced different parts of Scotland's tertiary system, some of those 40-plus institutions I spoke about. What's particularly distinctive and inspiring for us at the City of Glasgow College is Harry speaks very passionately, very often, about the pivotal role in colleges. And he has said many times and publicly, colleges give me the tools, but they also give me the belief. It helped me find out who I was. His journey as a refugee culminated from graduating from university 9 years after coming to Scotland. It's a testament, ladies and gentlemen, of his perseverance. It's a testament of that stickability of never giving up. It's a testament of the transformational power of colleges. Now based in Glasgow in a rewarding career in finance, Harry credits City of Glasgow College as the crucial launchpad for his success. His firm belief is the road to success starts at the City of Glasgow College. Please give him a huge, warm Glasgow welcome.
Good evening. I'm so glad to be here with all of you and share this lovely tonight. I'm sure every one of you has worked incredibly hard to be here tonight. I still remember the day that I finished my HNC 6 years ago. That day was unforgettable. And today, I would like to share my journey with you and my experience. My journey started a decade ago in 2015 when I began learning English at City of Glasgow College. I met two wonderful teachers, Rosie and Pam, and we became close friends. They helped and supported me a lot. However, I decided to continue my studies in accounting by completing NC Level 4 and then Level 5. After that, I started my HNC in accounting. It was challengeable because I was working full-time as I didn't receive a student loan. During that time, I applied to study at university. The conditions were strict because I had to pass all my modules from first attempt and get in an A in credit unit. I kept that in my mind. I didn't give up. As Dr. Paul said, is a good message for you, which is never give up. By the end of the year, I had passed all my modules and only one credit unit left for me. I still remember the night before the exam. I couldn't sleep because I took off from my work 21 days before the exam just to study and prepare well. You can't imagine it. I studied 11 to 13 hours every single day. And on that night, I was crying because I thought it's not enough. But next day, I woke up and forgot everything what happened with me last night before the exam. So I went to the exam in full of confidence. So the accounting exam have two parts, practical and theory. So I decided to start with my practical one because worth 60 marks overall. Then, when I finished, I was sure I got 60 out of 60. My trial balance matched. Debit and credit were equal, which meant all my work was correct. Then I started the theory question. I finished all the questions. So even though when I finished, I thought I had enough marks. So I was sure I have scored above 90 overall. That means an A from first attempt, and I got that offer from university. The next semester, I started my course in accounting and finance at university, and I graduated in 2023. And today, I'm studying for my MBA. Taking the first step is always the hardest. But you have all completed it to now. So, well done. As an alumnus from City of Glasgow College, I need to say congratulations to all of you. And I'm proud of you. Even your family, teachers, and friends are proud of you too. Are you proud of them? I can't hear it. Are you proud of them? Did you hear that, guys? So that is your motivation. So always remember it. The reason behind my success is the goal I set and the values I follow. There are 3 words I use in my daily life, and I would like to share it with you. Discipline. Don't stop. Even when you are tired or when you feel you can't do it, believe in yourself and keep going. Motivation. Find what motivates you. I used to follow Dr. Paul, the CEO of City of Glasgow College, every single time I saw him in the college, because I believe I'm going to be CEO one day for a big company. That is my motivation. And I needed to know how the CEO think and deal with people and stuff. And just remember that is an advice for you. Always remember, if Hadi made it, of course, you can make it too. And lastly, ambition. Be ambitious, be optimistic, and be confident. Don't let anything affect on your performance. You have a long journey and successful future to reach. You will see the results in your life, your future, and in your job. When I graduated, I applied for 231 jobs. That is a huge number. I started as an accountant. After that, I became the school and finance manager for a language school, because I worked extremely hard to get there. So always, the first step is the hardest, but not impossible, because after that, everything will be much, much easier. Maybe you think it's hard to find a job, but trust me, you will get your opportunity. As I said, first step is always the hardest, but after that, it does become easier. I will never forget my time at City of Glasgow College. I learned English here. I finished my HNC here. I ate here. I even slept in the library many times when I was tired. And I completed my work experience in accounting department. So the City of Glasgow College is truly a home for me. And from the bottom of my heart, I need to say thank you for all teachers, staff, and everyone attended City of Glasgow College. Education is so important. It opens new doors, creates opportunities, and allows us to build our future, whether that is finding a job or starting a new business. To finish, I need to say congratulations to all of you. Never let anyone tell you that you can't make it, not even yourself. You must succeed, because your success is not only for you, it's for your family, friends, your community, and your city, because people make Glasgow. I wish you all the best. You have done it. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Hadi, thank you for those inspiring and uplifting words. It's an absolute honour to have you here today, and I'm sure our Education and Humanities and Professional Course graduates will feel energised and ready to embrace the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead in this exciting sector. Everyone, we are now approaching the presentation of the awards. At this time, I invite Principal Little to the front of the stage to present the graduation scrolls. I also welcome Gus Grubb, Dean of Faculty of Education and Humanities, to announce the 2025 graduates. Gus.
Thank you, Vice Principal Wilson. It gives me great pleasure, Principal, to present to you the incredible graduates from the Faculty of Education and Humanities. HNC Accounting, Gemma Gray. HNC Accounting Next Generation, Alex McMillan. HND Accounting Next Generation, Sarah Akram. Hermine Azizi. Aloz Bagona. Jolanta Batekina. Erin Bonner. Amanda Campbell. Lee Carrigan. Blair Davidson. Brianna Ellis. Danka Gruskova. Awat Karim. Suzanne McRae. Anthony McAnally. Behruz Najdiat. Casey Rankin. Scott Roger. Cynthia Sanchez. Caroline Sylvester. Eva Tremble. Annie Shulumba. HNC Accounting, Jasmine Utuba Hatari. HNC Finance, Risk and Business, Zain Ali. HND Finance, Risk and Business, Caitlin Riley. Kieran Warden. HND Fashion Business, Lottie Allen. Jamie Ferguson. Nicola Ferns. Emily Forrester. Kayla Holliman. Kayla Hope. Emma Rankin. HND Supply Chain Management, Sean Finnegan. Sam Gardner. Heather Pickering. Ilya Primachenko. Abdul Hanan Kadir Sana. Paulina Trosina. Gregor Wilson. HNC Administration and Information Technology, Jemima Awankwa. HND Administration and Information Technology, Hafsa Ashraf. Maximilian Baniki. James Burns. Gabrielle Arrigo. Kaylin Loch. Zoe Masterton. Tia McElveen. Tozia Puchalska. Raheel Sheikh. Khalid Wale. HNC Social Sciences, Amir Abedali. Poppy Burden. Amy Easton. Yasmin Fleming. Karmdeep Kaur. Grace Kerr. Abigail Proctor. Cynthia Francesca Rosario Gulen. Kirsty Shanks. Jamie Smith. Mark Smith. Vivi Wozniak. Iman Zafar. HND Social Sciences, Amy Carroll. Amber Gate. Alan McKinney. Drew Perkins Wood. Zai Pollock. Kara Zudanovic. Diploma of Higher Education in Social Sciences, Ellie Moore. HNC Business, Amber Alexander. Annabelle Bleasdale. Amy Bullock. Diana Dramoretska. Sofia Matunti. Molly Shields. HNC Business with HR, Eliana Castillo. Kesinua Rusnak. HNC Business with Languages, Ava Murray. Lucy Elizabeth Ann Pearson. Ava Celine Ramsey. HNC Business with Enterprise, Callum Barry. Matthew Gourlay. HNT Business, Rua Alasurmi. Massimo Brannan. Patricia Kakowska. David Campbell. Jared Cochrane. Amber Daly. Finn Devaney. Kate Dovchek. Anna Jomeva. Zain Fahid. Daniel Fernando. Zoe Karen Glacken. Raquel Gomez. Fabio Grivaceschi. Maxime Haika. Aidan Hillman. Rajveer Kaur. Olivia Kerr. Victoria Kotz. Scott McKee. Sophie McPherson. Scott McRae. Abigail Marshall. Lewis McAvoy. Callum McCulloch. Jenna McFadden. Aaron McGorran. Liam McMeeking. Jacob Mullen. Lewis Nicholson. Rachel Normington. Veronica Ostapenko. Chloe Pettigrew. Scott Ross. Adam Rush. Zico Smith. Gabrielle Stephen. Victoria Taranovska. Inky Wright. Balusri Yalamun Chili. Diploma of Higher Education Business, Maliha Amia. Veronica Artimenko. That's Malia. Veronica Artimenko. Sofia Barilon. Grace Chico. Evelina Traumerecka. Ayla Elizabeth McHugh. Yara Ribeiro. Isra Siddiq. HNC Social Services, Amy Clark. Leanne Clark. Amber Rose Conway. Comfort Fashola. Ellie Holmes. Yinka Operandi. Vanessa Chocote. Catherine Elizabeth Williams. HNC Childhood Practice, Sharmin Salih Abdallah. Wumira Ahmed. Lucy Brody. Callum Bruce. Lauren Byers. Megan Curtis. Manisha Hoshang. Ailey Inglis. Holly Johnson. Kaylee Marshall. Eva Martin. Ashley Massey. Erin McGinty. Gabrielle McGinty. Carla McLeish. Jade McLaughlin. Shweta Nagarali. Katie Pope. Nahed Rima. Rebecca Rooney. Bethany Steele. Kayla Trigg. Ella Whitehead. HNC Childhood Practice, Umira Ahmed. HNC Social Services, Faith McKenna. HND Childhood Practice, Rachel Anderson. Mia Atkinson. Rue Buchanan. Rihanna Clark. Emma Gaffney. Lauren Gardiner. Sarah McCann. Agnieszka Shumigai. Diploma in Education and Social Services, Sarah Aconido. HNC Healthcare Practice, Sarah Allen. Mavis Amponza. Heather Buchanan. Khadija Bustan. Jemima Diasivi. Lauren Galbraith. Alicia Harkins. Katie Malcolm. Connie Mwale. Farrell Rodriguez. Aisha Shehzad. Beth Turnbull. HND Legal Services, Flavia Arithmaj. Cindy Berisha. Georgia Brandon. Lewis Kavanagh. Mackenzie Christie. Lucy Deans. Nia Duncan. Marina Dishliuk. Jesse Edwards. Arwina Hamad. Brooke Heaney. Holly Hunter. Jennifer Alex Jameson. Melissa Kennedy. Natasha Mackenzie. Cara McCann. Cassidy McCall. Chloe McGee. Mirren McEwen. Suzanne McKinley. Mia Montgomery. Abby Oliver. Ella Parry. James Richards. Jennifer Ruff. Mishatu Seshi. Sahar Shiraz. Millie Kelly Harper. Bright Tafiriyenka. Lisa Taylor. Morgan Tane Miller. Stephanie Ugorge. Liasa Yates. HNC Police Studies, Abby Auchincloss. Georgiana Dawson. Emma McCorkell. Carly McLean. A TUC Diploma in Employment Law, John Argue. Okay, John. No? Done. Okay. Yeah? Okay, Principal, that concludes the conferring of the graduands for the Faculty of Education and Humanities, and from a very proud Dean of Faculty, congratulations.
Thank you, Gus. I now welcome Jackie Massey, Associate Director, Business and International, to announce her 2025 graduands from professional courses.
Thank you. So it gives me great pleasure to announce the graduates for professional courses. The Professional Development Award in Teaching Practice in Scotland's Colleges, Marco Federici. Muriel Jusso. Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, Level 5 Associate Diploma in People Management, Louise Buchanan. Howard Dinmoody. Gillian Dunbar. Emma Erskine. Ross Grimes. Sharon Kennedy. Courtney Kerr. Tally Kerr. Nicole Lennon. Eva Lynch. Beth McCallum. Amy McGee. Sarah McHugh. Sophie Morrow. Julie Pauly. Bethany Rowe. Laura Thompson. And the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, Level 5 Associate Diploma in Organisational Learning and Development, Kenneth Dick. Fiona Fleming. Gary Gilchrist. Lynn Marsh. Leah McWilliams. Isabel Sarafraz. Harpreet Kaur Sur. Nicola Ann Tyson. And the Chartered Management Institute Level 5 Certificate in Management and Leadership, Lynn Bryce. And Chartered Management Institute Level 7 Strategic Management and Leadership Practice Certificate, Catherine Boyling. Social Service and Healthcare Supervisory Units, Grace Dornan. TUC Diploma in Employment Law, John Argue. John Carson. Susan Ferry. Brian Lafferty. Stephen McGurk. Sarah Seats. Sue Silva. Adam Smith. Brian Sutherland. Chartered Institute of Housing, Level 4 Certificate in Housing, William Madden. Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, Level 3 Foundation Certificate in People Practice, Sapna Bogali. Nikki Crossan. Stephen Devine. Emma Dolan. Victoria Guthrie. Lauren Hill. Nats Hunter. Liam Innes. Emma Lawson. Kaylin McGinley. Danelle Torrance. Erin Trail. Natalie Anderson. Shauna Lamond. Lindsay McCall. Peter McKenna Boyd. Lynn McLeod. The Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, Level 4 Diploma, Kieran Moley. Debbie Watt. Professional Development Award, assessing workplace competence using direct and indirect methods. Sorry, wrong one. Diploma in Digital Application Support, Elizabeth Masters. Guaramina Morenti. Catherine Patton. SVQ Hospitality Services Level 2, Grace Selkirk. SVQ in Professional Cookery Level 6, Josh Hurst. SVQ Management Level 3, Andrew Richard Knight. Sarah O'Brien. SVQ Social Services and Healthcare Level 3, Ramilla KC. Caroline Pearce. SVQ Social Services and Healthcare Level 4, Jenna Drew. Alan Falzon. Sylvia Wisner. Jacqueline Woods. SVQ Social Services, Children and Young People, Level 3, Stacey Barclay. Sarah Brown. Wing Yan Chan. Kelsey Gilbraith. Saskar Hama. Nafisa Hassan. Claire Henderson. Jessica Hope. Jackie Murray. Roseanne O'Neill. Raz Rahim. Karen Singh. SVQ Social Services, Children and Young People Level 4, Danielle Campbell. Brian Duffy. Lauren Toll. SVQ Social Services and Healthcare Level 2, Flavie Loyeye. Johan Pereira. Vari Fiery. Sharon Robinson. Sipiwe Sabanda. SVQ Social Services and Healthcare Level 3, Kiverta Adusi. Alicia Ariel. Margaret Cameron. Rachel Donald. Albert Gatsey. Leanne Blancy. Gagan Kumar. Caroline Masakinyi. Vida Nkubi. Sabina Ndutso. Etima Enyong Essien. Adelaide Otada. SVQ Care Services Leadership and Management Level 4, Elizabeth Mackenzie. And that concludes the conferring awards to the graduates from our professional courses, and I just want to say congratulations to all of you. Well done.
Thank you, Jackie. We're thrilled to present a short video celebrating your journey at the college, so sit back, watch and enjoy the memories unfold.
This is a story about you. Remember your first day? Stepping onto the campus full of hope, filled with nerves, excitement and dreams. You got lost in the corridors and struggled how to work the lifts. You walked into your class for the first time surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Faces that would soon become friends, teammates and even best mates. For the first time, this college, this community felt real. No longer just an application on a website or a picture in a prospectus. You've got up for class 240 times. You've been on campus 320 times. You've spent 1,980 hours in class and you've completed 60 assessments. And you've climbed 17,520 stairs. But this journey, your journey, wasn't just about numbers or climbing stairs. It's about the steps you've taken as a maker, a writer, a photographer, a builder, and even a carer. You've learned to manage projects, build games, sail ships, and even turn someone into a monster. But it wasn't always that straightforward. There were times that you felt lost, overwhelmed, unsure if you would ever get it right. You failed, you stumbled, you missed deadlines, and faced challenges you didn't think you could overcome. Yet despite those knocks, you kept getting up. You kept showing up, you worked, you pushed, you believed, and eventually, it all clicked. And now look where you are. You've made it. You're here at the finishing line of this chapter, standing tall, accomplished and ready to celebrate not just what you've completed and achieved, but here to celebrate who you've become. But today isn't the end. It's a new beginning. You've done it your way, using your voice, showing your passion. Now it's over to you to choose your next steps. Wherever you go, know that City is with you. because without you, there is no City of Glasgow College. Today you're a graduate, and today you're getting up for a different reason. Getting up on stage to collect your qualification, getting in front of your family and friends to celebrate your hard work, and getting up to show that you kept getting up. And here's what we ask of you. Don't stop. Don't settle. Keep reaching. Keep dreaming. Because this is just the beginning. So, keep getting up. Thank you and congratulations from all of us at City of Glasgow College.
Thank you. I'd also like to add my own personal heartfelt congratulations to all of today's graduates. Be proud of yourself. We now move to the College Awards, and I invite Hadi to join us on stage and present the top student prizes. For the Faculty of Education and Humanities, the Principal's Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement, Morgan Miller. Humaira Ahmed. For professional courses, the Principal's Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement, Josh Hurst. Thank you very much for presenting the student prizes, Hadi. We know that you're an exceptionally busy man and we're grateful for you taking the time to be here today. Can I now invite our Principal to come forward once again to present you with a small gift from the class of 2025. Thank you again, Hadi. If you could please take your seat. Principal, please remain on stage to announce the recipient of the Alumni Award.
Thank you, Vice Principal Wilson. We are presenting this evening one of those two very special awards, which I think is the real reason why tonight is a very special part of the day. We have never presented this awards, ladies and gentlemen, before in the 15 years of the college. We have, as I spoken earlier, about many distinguished alumni. So the first time ever we're going to present a distinguished alumni award, and we're going to present it to Hadi Alatar. So can I ask the chair to come forward, and Hadi, please, and I'll read out this citation. And I'll ask Dr. Robertson to give the chair the certificate. And Hadi, if you could come to the front. So in this special alumni for Distinguished Alumni Award, the citation reads, presented to Hadi Alatar in recognition Hadi, of your exceptional achievements as a graduate of the City of Glasgow College. It's presented for your outstanding leadership and your professional excellence that exemplify the best of values of our college, to honour your commitment to lifelong learning and to inspire your contribution to your industry and the community. It's also presented to express our sincere pride and admiration for the distinction you bring to the college as an alumnus. Congratulations, Hadi.
Congratulations, Hadi. Please take your seat. Principal and Chair, may I ask you to remain on stage to present the special commendation.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of our board, distinguished honour fellows and distinguished alumni, we make a final but a very, very important principal's commendation to a very special lady. We've only ever given one of these out before. That's actually to the first citizen of Glasgow in this morning's ceremony. But I'm now going to ask Shona Struthers, would you please come on stage? And as I ask the Chair to present this to you, I'll read out the citation for the Principal's commendation to Shona Struthers. Shona, this is presented to you for your distinguished service to Scotland's college sector. It's presented for your leadership in partnership with the Scottish Funding Council. And it's presented with grateful thanks for your advocacy and your support of the City of Glasgow College in strengthening our role nationally. It's also presented for your enduring commitment to advancing opportunity and in recognition for all learners across this country. Congratulations, Shona Struthers.
Thank you, Principal and Chair, and congratulations, Shona, on receiving this award. Everyone, we have now reached the end of this evening's proceedings. Once again, congratulations to our 2025 graduates. We wish you every success as you move forward, and we hope you enjoy the celebrations that lie ahead. For those interested, the names of all graduates are published in today's edition of the Herald, available for purchase at the Concert Hall exit. And if you would like a special keepsake from today, our gift shop in the foyer offers a selection of graduation merchandise. Please feel free to have a look. At this time, may I kindly invite you to stand as the platform party exits the auditorium. Thank you and good night.